morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. A little cooler morning. I don't know if Colby, did you come through any rain on the way out? That was good. That's a blessing. Our judge, Colby Tabor, had a pretty good drive this morning. We're going to get started here with these pens of threes, like the tradition here at the Cherokee County Fair. Our judge, Colby Tabor, young man, a salesman, been around the cattle industry quite as long as I've ever seen him, and so we'll give you more on that later. But the show has started. Here's our first pen of three to be evaluated on a live basis by our judge.
Well, sir, first off, just want to say thank you for the opportunity to come out and work through your guys' cattle and your young people. excited to be a part of it. I know it's going to be a long, hot day, so we'll try to keep things moving along just as quickly and efficiently as we can. We start off the day here with a pen of 3. The young lady brings us with kind of an average weight, she said around 1450. So to me, those cattle look like they're certainly on target from a finish standpoint, and certainly look like they've got fat, and she's done a really nice job with them. I'm going to wait and hold off and kind of see how some of these other pens stack up with them. But if that's any indication of what's to come, I'm certainly excited. Let's give that first young lady a nice round of applause. Test. As we kind of keep moving here within that second pen that comes in, I think once again another really good group of them. The young man was telling me a little bit about him. I think kind of an average weight there around 1,600. So just compared back to that first pen we saw, I thought those steers had just a little bit more on them in terms of their finish and their fat cover, which is good. I mean, I think we can certainly take those steers at some heavier weights nowadays, and I certainly appreciate that. He's done a great job of getting them fed and looking the part. There was maybe one steer in there that was just a little smaller frame and more moderate in terms of his growth, but I still thought overall good in terms of uniformity and things like that. Let's give that young man a nice hand.
Our first pen of breed was Delaney Doden, second pen of Tate, and now we have Dee Dresden. And I gotta believe there's a story to be told when a young lady like that is on crutches with a cast from her ankle to her thigh. I hope it's a good story and not a bad story. Okay, it's animal related rather than doing something silly.
Well, we keep kind of moving along here within our pen show, and I think as we get into this third pen, the young lady said that, I just asked her a few questions in terms of feeding and kind of where some of these cattle originate from, and, she said they're mostly kind of Angus influence type cattle, and I think with that, there was a couple of them in there that I thought certainly looked the part in terms of finish and looked like from a market standpoint they're ready to go. There was one steer in there she mentioned that maybe was just a little lighter than what she'd like to see compared to a couple others, but that's certainly part of it. I don't think it takes away anything from those other two really nice steers that are ready to go, and she's done a great job with them. Let's put our hands together for her, please.
I'll see you.
All right.
You forgot.
Well, kind of switching things up here a little bit with a heifer pin, and I think 3 heifers that certainly fit the bill of what you would expect. You know, obviously within market heifers, they are going to get fat just a little bit quicker on you than these steers will, and maybe they are giving up just a little bit of frame size and some extra growth and performance compared to some of the other steers that we've seen, but I still thought they fit together really well. Lakin there was telling me a little bit about where the cattle originated from, and you know, he was excited about the 3 cattle that he put together. I think there was one in there just a little lighter, around 1280, but certainly I thought a really nice pen overall. If you would, let's give him a nice round of applause as well.
All right. If you follow along in the program, the Tennessee heifers that just were used were shown by Blake and Johnson. Now in the ring, this is 21 Colton Happy.
starting to feed on ice. And down to the other one. I can't remember exactly what it said. I have
Man, I was really impressed there when that last pin walked through. I thought just overall, for cattle to weigh that much and be that consistent was pretty impressive. The young man was telling me that they were home raised steers, and to see those cattle out there together, I think they were, for the most part, all weighing over 1,600 and all kind of fit the bill. They looked like cattle that, have some performance and size to them, but yet they still had the muscularity and the width to go along with it. So I was really excited about those when they first came in. If you would, please, let's give that last group a nice hand.
Are you going to see the horses? Yes. Have fun. I don't
Well, we'll keep moving along here, but I know I kind of sound like a broken record here, but just real brief and quick. I thought that last pin that was in there, there was one steer in there. I think he said he weighed around 1890, and obviously that kind of throws things off just a little bit. Whenever they hit that kind of weight, he's probably past, his prime just a little bit. But there was another steer in there around 1390. I thought was right on track, and then kind of a lighter one. So within that pin, I thought there was some good, but maybe you'd just like to make them a little bit more consistent all the way through. Well, let's give that last young man a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Kobe. Next pen 3 in the ring, Jared Waltman.
Well, certainly I think another really nice pin that fit together really well just from the standpoint of uniformity. I thought within that pin maybe you could pick on, within these Angus cattle, and once they start putting on weight and, really getting to those heavy 15, 1600s. Maybe you'd like to change some feet and legs issues there on those cattle. You could just loosen them up a little bit, but certainly more than acceptable. That young man was very knowledgeable and knew a lot of facts about those cattle, and I thought he did a great job with them. Let's give him another round of applause. Well, I certainly was impressed there with that last pin, and that young man, Joe there, I thought was very knowledgeable about them, and he told me that those were kind of a Charolais Red Angus cross, and I thought 3 steers, kind of an average weight around 1600, and he's done a great job with them. I thought they were very good and on target for me in regards to body cover and condition, yet they were cattle that still had some muscle and width to them. So I like them a great deal. Let's give that young man a nice hand.
All right, the pen in the ring now is Rebecca Cowan, exhibitor number 72.
Well, I think a really nice uniform set of Baldy steers there within that last pin, and young lady's done a great job with them, and she was pretty frank and honest, and just said that maybe you'd like to see those three just have another 30 to 45 days to really be ideal, but I still thought just as a set they fit together really well, and she's done a great job with them. Let's put our hands together for her. Well, just real quick, that last pin that came in, certainly I thought fit together fairly well. There was a little bit of spread there in terms of weight. I believe there was one, quite a bit heavier than the others, and that's part of it. I still thought, overall those cattle fit together pretty well. Let's give that last young man there a nice round of applause.
right, well, thank you guys for coming out. I'll do a little synopsis of the Pen of Three. So this year, we maybe changed it up a little bit and did some grading and some scoring to help these kids a little bit. One of the things we did some home visits. A few of the beef superintendents went around and actually looked at these cattle at their home place and kind of judged them. A few things that when we went out we were looking at was cleanness. Did they offer bedding if they had to? What kind of windbreaks they had for the winters? What kind of wind protection they had? And then, we asked a few questions and we asked the kids to talk a little bit about their project to us. One of the other things we looked at as well was bunk and feed management, and making sure there wasn't a lot of leftover feed in there from 5 days that had maybe seen an inch of rain on it. One of the other things we looked at too was a fresh water source. If those cattle aren't going to drink, they're definitely not going to eat. So that's a pretty important part of this project. And then we did ask the kids to turn in a vet cost to us so we could calculate their cost to gain and give them some real world data. And then one of the ways that we calculated their cost to gain and their feed efficiency was we used a program called Performance Feed. And we asked each of the kids to put in how much they were feeding their cattle every day. And this program helped us calculate some of those feed efficiencies and the average daily gains so we could get a better idea on where we'll stand and try to give them a real world applicable numbers. And then, so a few things we did to make it fair for everyone. We standardized the prices of all of our commodity feeds, and that way it's true for everyone. And then we also did go through and standardize the purchase costs for these kids too. So yeah, we had a really great time, and we're always looking to improve. So yeah, I think we had a good time, and hopefully we can give these kids some accurate real world data. And then we also had an ultrasound guy come out too, and he ultrasounded the carcasses on these cattle. He was looking at the intermuscular fat, their yield grade, and see what they would choice. We'll get those papers out later. So the carcass contest is a separate deal compared to the live contest and these points that we're looking at. And then we had Beth Dorn go through and rank those cattle on how much their retail value that they're bringing to the market. And so that was graded on the ultrasound data. Yep. So, and then we did the rate of gain on the Pen of Threes. So I will go ahead and announce those so in 10th place was Lycan Johnson. And so this is the average of all three of those cattle that were in that group. 9th place was Carson Luch. 8th place was Delaney Doden. 7th was Becca Cowan. 6th was Tate Doden. 5th was Caleb Nelson. 4th was Jared Waltman. 3rd was Joe Pitts. And 2nd was Deidre Doden. And coming in first for rate of gain was Colton Happy. All right, Lycan, would you step forward? Would you step forward? He's going to hand you a ribbon. Yep. And then Carson Luch, Delaney Doden, Becca Cowan, Tate Doden, Caleb Nelson, Jared Waltman, Joe Pitts, 3rd. 2nd, Deidre Doden. And first for rate of gain was Colton Happy.
Thank you, Austin. Austin's going to give us the final placings, the accumulation of the work and the on-farm visit and the records.
So we got our placements now. I'll go ahead and give the announcements. If you would please step forward, and we'll have she'll hand you your ribbons. We'll start with red ribbon, Tate Doden. Tate, oh. And then with another red ribbon is Deidre Doden. With a blue ribbon, Delaney Doden. Blue ribbon, Joe Pitts. Blue ribbon, Rebecca Cowan. Blue ribbon, Carson Luch. Blue ribbon, Caleb Nelson. And then we have an Outstanding Junior Award for Lakin Johnson. Go ahead and step forward, Lake. Oh, Debbie's got it. Coming in as the reserve champion market pen of 3 is Jared Waltman. And then champion pen of 3 is Colton Happy. Awesome, thank you guys.
As you can tell, the final placings accumulation of the record books, the visitation, the cattle, the youngster, and they're just total right now. That is takes a little bit to tabulate the results. Kind of like the Academy Awards, but only different. Now we're entering the next class of the show this morning, which is our pen of 3 breeding cattle. Looks very similar to the market. Previous class was markets raised and fed and headed off to the market side. These are the heifer side, intended to be probably kept in the herd as replacements. And so our judge, Colby Tabor, will be talking to the youngsters and reviewing them. The first entry is Caleb Nelson. Brief bio on our judge, and I'll say it a couple times. Colby Tabor has been around the show world and the production world both. He lives in Knoxville, Iowa. Got to drive through a little rain this morning on the drive up in the early morning. I remember him showing cattle in 4-H and FFA, and has had a lot of dirt on his boots doing that. He attended Blackhawk East for his 2-year degree, and then went to Iowa State, and now has his master's in ag education. A nod from Dina on an ag education major. He most very visible in the show circuit online sales, and if you are in tune with auctions lately for club calves and many cattle, calling up the auctioneer and setting up a sale has kind of changed. There's a lot of sales everywhere. In the past year, they video them and they bid them off electronically through the show circuit, the website, and Colby is one of the ones on point visiting and doing that. He also works and manages Double T Cattle Company, and we appreciate Colby getting up here and thank you, Judge Colby Tabor.
Well, thanks for that. And as we kind of move along here into the breeding heifer side of the pen show, I had a nice conversation with that young man just about his Red Angus, and maybe wanting to kind of get into the Red Angus thing. And I think what a great way to kind of introduce him to that breed. And I thought a few red heifers that are certainly going to make nice cows for that young man. Obviously they look a little immature and a little young yet, but I think the future is bright for them, and hopefully that young man will keep working with them. I thought he did a great job. Let's put our hands together for him.
now in the ring, we will follow the order as printed in the program. So this is Logan Stillwater, exhibitor 55 with his pen, replacement breeding heifers, a member of the Cavaliers 4-H Club. As the day goes on, we're going to need drinking water, and there's a family that has donated some water behind me. And they wish to remain anonymous, so I won't tell you it's the Wilkies that donated the water. We're going to keep that anonymous. They don't want the glory. But secretly, you can sneak over and grab a water.
Well, I certainly think this breeding cattle deal on the pen side is pretty neat, and to get to work through these kids and, kind of think about the future of these heifers, not just today, but as you kind of project them on out, as breeding cattle for these young people within their own respective programs. I thought that last group could certainly do a lot of good things. I kind of had fun with that young man, just kind of asking, which one was his favorite, and he said he didn't really have a favorite. He liked all three of them pretty good, so I think that just says a lot about him. I think he's got high hopes for him. Let's give that last young man a nice hand.
you're going to lose your spot.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Williams, a 17-year-old daughter of Doug Williams and Rod and Chris Kelleher of Cherokee, Iowa. This fall, I will be going to Cherokee Washington High School for my senior year.
Hi everyone, my name is Jessica Tuttle, the 17-year-old daughter of Markington Tuttle of Cherokee, Iowa, and this fall I'll be attending Cherokee Washington High School for my senior year.
Thank you. Thank you for the hands for the contestants for the fair team. Two of them that happen to be here. Long storied history of Cherokee County in the fair team competition. So thank you.
Well, as this last pen here of Angus Heifers kind of makes her way on out, I think, here within these last few pens, we've kind of seen a trend. I think there's been, the young man informed me that they're actually cousins and some cattle that originated from the same place there in Montana, and you can certainly see some similarities. I thought they're, Angus Heifers that look like they're in the right kind of shape. They're not too fat, not too skinny, just somewhere in between, and look like they're in the right kind of breeding shape for these young people to go on and be successful as cows. They said they're due to calve here in February. They've got them bred up and looking the part, so let's give them a nice hand. Well, once again, another good set of them there of Angus females that just walked out. And I think once again, due to calve, they're around February and they've got them bred and ready to go. Within that group, compared to what we've seen, I thought those cattle looked like they had some extra length and some extra extension to them. And I certainly appreciate that. They look like ones that are going to grow up and be really nice. Obviously, probably just got them kicked out on grass and things like that. Of that nature at this time, but they look like they're bred up and going to do good things for those young people. Let's give that last young man a nice round of applause.
Tension in the barn and the ring. After the bringing up the penetrator is completed, we'll mount the result of the live carcass. We should have done that when they were given the ribbon, but we apologize. These were all scanned. The penetraries were all scanned for meat and muscle, and we have the results. And a youngster in the market penetree, they'll be coming up after we're done here with the breeding penetree.
Culture shock to them. Yeah.
So then, I don't know if they're going to try and make the rest of the way to there or not. I bet they will. Looks like they do.
Molly lives in Atlanta.
Yeah, so they avoid, I think they try to avoid that.
It's a house. Yes. And Molly said things don't know how to drive. They just go over the road.
I think Dad went through there one time.
Yeah.
Well, I think within our breeding heifer pen show, we've had just a little bit of everything, some different types and kinds and different colors and breeds. And for me, that's what makes it fun. Regardless of the breed, you hope that these cattle are going to go home and hopefully make a positive impact for these kids as they take them home within their own respective breeding programs. I thought there within that last pen, Hereford cattle, that young lady actually told me that there was an heifer in there that they were thinking about keeping back and showing. I told her that the one that I liked, and she said that, well, that's the same one that I like. So we saw things eye to eye, and there was one in there that I really thought was pretty impressive for a Hereford female. And then, just as a whole, I thought all three of them fit together very, very well within that particular set. I'm excited to see what they can do for her. Let's give that last young lady a nice round of applause.
That was Adri Dukeman, and now we're on our last entry of the breeding pen of 3 with Carly Furman. Take a second and compile the results, and we'll also be giving the award for the market live carcass scans that were completed. So those young people will do the live carcass before we're done with the pen of 3s to fill that in. So if you had a market pen of 3, please come to the ring.
All the shows are done.
Well, just kind of wrapping up the heifer pens there, and I think finish up with a Charolais pen that obviously had kind of what you would expect from Charolais cattle in regards to just some extra growth and performance in those heifers. I talked to that young lady, I thought that those were just a little bit on the greener side and still needed some time yet. She said they'd been out on grass, so kind of what you would expect, but certainly, cattle that had some extra length to them and some performance that you could certainly appreciate. After that, I really enjoyed the whole group. I thought this was a pretty neat deal to see these pens of 3 all come together and, kind of see how they shape up. It'll be exciting to see what these cattle can do for these young people. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Our results would be Caleb Nelson has a red. Blues go to Logan Stillwater, Colton Stillwater, Drew Dukeman, and Carly Furman. Our reserve champion, breeding pen of 3, goes to Landon Stillwater. And our champion goes to Avery Dukeman. Congratulations and good job today. Thank you. At this time, we are going to water down the show ring, and then we will introduce our graduating seniors, and then the 4-H bucket bottle show will be first. And we are also right now going to talk about the ultrasounding and the live carcass. This is bringing back our market pens of 3. So if those individuals want to come stand in line again, please. Our market pen of 3 so we can do the ultrasounding results.
I don't know why he's not 4-8. His won't be no 4-30. Yeah. Not as much as this year. Like the ran last weekend.
Oh, all right. Now, so we already did the pen of 3 where we graded them, where we went out and visited the farm. And now this is the ultrasound data. So basically what this ultrasound data is telling us is who's going to bring the highest retail value critter to the market. So whether they graded choice, prime, low select, and what that is. So all of these kids had a pen of 3. So first I'm going to announce the top 10 carcasses. So this is individual carcasses, and then we will do the average of the pen of 3s. So for the carcasses, they're the first field, we're just going to give ribbons. So the 10th best carcass was Joe Pitts. You want to step ahead, Joe? 9th was Carson Luch. 8th was Delaney Doden. 7th was Becca Cowan. 6th was Kate Doden. 5th was Jared Waltman. 4th was Caleb Nelson. 3rd, Deidre Doden. 2nd was Colton Happy. And 1st was Joe Pitts. So those were the individual carcasses, and now, now we're going to go ahead and we averaged all of those carcasses so we could get a pen of 3. So those were the top 10 carcasses here, and now we're going to average them in their pen of 3. So in 10th place was, in 10th place was Lakin Johnson. Ninth place was Carson Luch. 8th place was Delaney Doden. 7th place was Becca Cowan. 6th place was Kate Doden. 5th place was Jared Waltman. 4th place is Caleb Nelson. 3rd place is Deidre Doden. 2nd place with the trophy is Colton Happy. And 1st place is Joe Pitts. And on the back of these pink sheets, do you guys have any questions on how these cattle were graded and how we derived to our placings? there's these sheets on the back that would explain if these individuals took them to a packer, how they would be graded. You can come up and ask us after the show if you have questions. Thank you, guys. Thank you, exhibitors.
At this time, I need to have my graduating seniors, and I will read their names, come forward. To have, my program keeps going in places. I need to have up here Carson, Drew, Caitlin Pitts, Becca, Jared. Drew is up here. Sorry, I had a nice outline start. There we go. Okay, so I need to have Avery Knipper, Becca Cowan, Jared Waltman, Caitlin Pitts, Colton Stillwater, Drew Dukeman, Cole Timmerman, and Carson Furman. All come up so everyone can see your pretty faces. Oh, now we're moving back. They're going to drag the arena, guys. You're my seniors. We'll just keep moving you all around. I'm sorry, we had brand new shoes yesterday. Okay, we are going to get started, and I hear some of us are, I'm just going to talk about a few of them even if they aren't here, and I'm going to be honest, I am not going to give you guys the justice you need because I will start crying. So my speeches are short and sweet because I'm not going to shed tears. So I also have Laura here, and she's going to help talk about Avery as well, and I know you guys have Laura as an FFA advisor as well. So in no particular order, this is just so I didn't forget anyone, I am going to start with Carson. Anyway, Carson has been in 4-H for many years. He is a member of the Tilden Tillers. He has shown Pen of 3. He has showed Lead Animal. I think my favorite thing he's done is Pride of Iowa. And he has been very helpful, always willing to help whenever we need. Even when Debbie says, can you come do this, they still do it. So I thank you, and I wish you the best of luck. I am going to have you tell everyone where you're going to school. Okay. Well, congratulations, and we wish you the best. So we'll go next in order. We have Jared Waltman. Jared takes wonderful photography pictures, if you guys did not know that. He does have one going to the state fair this year, so you'll have to go down and check that out. He has shown Pen of 3 for many years. And honestly, he's quiet, but he's always willing to help. So thank you, Jared, and we wish you the best of luck. Will you tell us where you're going?
What's going on? I'm going to CSU for aviation.
Thank you, and congratulations. So, next.
I'll be like, check it out.
Yeah, go, you guys are good.
Yeah.
We'll make them introduce themselves first.
Hi, my name is Becca Cowan. I'm going to Iowa Central to major in ag business and compete on the rodeo team.
I'm Drew Dukeman, and I'll be going to Kalmar. I'm Cole Timmerman, I'm going to SCSU.
Okay, I think I can do this. Maybe. I just can't look at the kids. Okay, so we have Becca. Becca was my intern this spring, fall. She has written grants for her 4-H club. She has been a club officer. She's on the youth committee as well as county council. Drew has a project going to the state fair this year. So you need to check out Drew's project. He has done buckets of junk for many years, as well as taken many different kinds of static projects, welding, ag and natural resources. So Drew has also been very helpful and always wanted to help the younger 4-Hers. Cole is a club officer. He is probably my YQCA right-hand man. I don't know anyone that's taught YQCA as many times as Cole. He is always willing to help with that. He is also on our county council. So, Caitlin Pitts, she has been on our county council. She has shown a lead steer at her cattle, as well as pen of 3, and she has also brought in static exhibits. Colton Stillwater, which I think he's hiding from me, he has showed pens of 3s for many years, as well as helped with the county council flows. And Avery. I'm going to let you talk about it.
Avery Knipper has been a member of our Cherokee FFA chapter all 4 years, and she's showing a steer and a heifer this year, but she's played a role as a chapter officer and even got to be recognized at a national level with her proficiency award application. So we're just proud of all the work that she's done for our chapter and all these kids, the work that they put in agriculture. And I'll put a word in for our 4-H members too, but I'm so proud of the work that I've seen them, and I really hope that they continue their path in agriculture and make an impact in this industry. So
we are going to make Colton talk. He doesn't get out of it. Colton, you're going to tell everyone where you're going to school.
I'm going to Iowa Lakes, small engine.
All right, guys, we wish you the best. I appreciate everything you guys have done. Please remember, you can always come back and volunteer. I will never tell you no. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
All right. Here come the 4-H bucket bottle calves. These youngsters are 4-H age, showing a bucket or a bottle calf.
A lot of positive. Yeah.
I know this sucks on my mind.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have it in the program. There were a couple of scratches and one addition. So I'll go Addison Wilkie. And the next one is scratch. Then Tyler Fordyce, Ashley Wetter, Riley Johnson, Kendall Smith, and Kyla Dukeman is an add-on. We should have 6 entries in this 4-H bucket bottle cap division. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect.
It's kind of like saying, yeah, you know, this I'm nervous, excited, and
would please, let's put our hands together here for our bucket bottle cap exhibitors on doing a really nice job. I think what a great way to kind of introduce these young kids into the beef industry and get them started and kind of active out here working with these young calves. Obviously, you can tell a couple of them probably just aren't quite show ring broke yet and want to be show cattle and lead, but as these young kids keep working with them, they're going to do good things for them. You know, I just kind of went in and kind of asked them a little bit about their calves and, you know, their projects. Some of them have got names, which is fun, and you can tell these kids have grown attached to them and they're doing a really good job with them. For me, I just get to pick a champion in reserve out of this division, only get to select 2 of them, and I thought there were 2 of them that kind of came to the top for me pretty quickly, just phenotypically in regards to just balance and structure. You know, there's obviously a couple of them out here that are quite a bit younger and greener and just got a little bit more ways to go yet in terms of growth and performance. But for me, my personal favorite is the young lady down there on the end with that baldy. She's going to be your champion. We're going to follow up with this young man right here for reserve. Let's put our hands together for both of them.
All right, a very good beginning class for younger 4-Hers to learn how to work with calves and lead them, and some success. So congratulations. Champion went to Kyla Dukeman, runner-up Tyler Fordyce. A couple of familiar names there. And we thank them, and hopefully those calves develop and they bring them back next year. Now entering the ring will be Class A of your feeder heifers, Tori Trinan, Geraldine Eber, Colton Happy, and Easton Eber. So we have the March and April grouping of the Class A, which are the younger ones, and we always show the younger ones before the older ones. So these are March and April feeder heifers.
Sitting here and get something to drink. Hey, we're sitting here, we're waiting. I should know better than What? I deserve that. I got that from yeah, let's go Shepherd is doing very good. But we just get the that wasn't vacation, but it's not a vacation. Coming home, that's not a vacation.
You guys just go ahead and stay right there where you're at. I think what a great way here to go ahead and start off this feeder heifer division. And man, I think if this one that starts off here is any indication of the quality that we're going to see today, I'm certainly excited. I think young lady does a great job with this heifer. One that for me comes to the top pretty quick, just in regards to look and extension up through her front end. Really a feminine feature female about her head and her neck shape. Female that maybe doesn't blow you away just in terms of power or stoutness, but I think everything fits very well, all in kind of a big body, soft made package, and a heifer that can still get out and go and handle it really well. Young man's female that's going to end up in second, I think does have some extra shape and some outer dimension to her when you get it behind the cattle. I like the fact that she's got some rib shape to her and some thickness when you step in behind them. Just one that as you get to comparing her to our class winner, she's not quite as neat and soft there in terms of her heart and her flank, maybe just not quite as square and coordinated in the way that she goes out of her hind leg. These two young people here down on the end are hanging right in there. Their efforts are wanting to give them a tough time today, but you guys stick with it. I think they're two cattle that look like they're going to make nice cows in the end. They've got some shape and they've got some body to them. Just ones that need more look and balance to run with those two ahead of them. Let's give them all a nice hand.
Placing tonight class, first was Corey Bryant, second Colton Happy, third Eastland Ebert, and fourth Carolyn Ebert. And now coming into the ring, the second class of feeder heifers. These are born in January and February. These are the older ones. We always show the young ones before the older ones in the cattle show. Should be four head coming in, Carolyn Ebert, Allie Timmerman, Anna Polder, and Tori Bryant. So four head of feeder heifers, and this class winners will compete with the first class winners for our champion feeder heifer.
How are you?
Well, once again, young lady here comes back to us again with a really exceptional effort. I'm going to be excited to get these past two class winners out here and competing against one another. Man, I think our class winner here, for one this age, just relative to her frame size and this stage of her maturity, man, there's a lot to that effort. You step in behind her, she's set really wide at her pin. She's got just a ton of shape working there down in through her quarter, just really thick and bold all the way through. I like that about her, but yet she complements that with a really high-tying, neat, attractive look. You can tell that effort's pretty alert. She's wanting to kind of see everything that's going on, but the young lady's getting her stuck and doing a really nice job. Congratulations to her. The young lady here coming out in second, I think, is one that just kind of covers the basics. I think a big body, good, practical one that can get out and go. You know, compared back to our class winner, I don't read that effort that's in second to be quite as neat and level out for her hip. She's just a nickel rounder in the way that she's made there from hooks to pins. Young lady with the smoke heifer here coming out in third, I think, is one that you can certainly appreciate from a structure standpoint. That effort can really get out and go and travels very good. You know, with that, I wish there was just a bit more of her. You know, compared to those two that precede her, there's not quite as much mass and dimension all the way through in that particular female. The young lady here that's closest to glass, that effort's giving her a tough time, but she's sticking with it, and they're doing a good job and doing the best they can. I think an effort that looks like you know, from what you can tell, feet and legs look good, structure's good. Just, I think, a heifer that falls out of balance for me when you compare her to those cattle ahead of her.
Congratulations to that class. First place, Tori Trinan, second. Anna Paulsrud, third. Allie Timmerman, fourth. Geraldine Ebert. This might be one of the biggest announcements I make all day, but I've been told that senior 4-H kids are making free omelets in the North 4-H building. Nothing wrong with free, but everybody's already eaten. But pass it on to your kids if you want. Now we're bringing into the ring the 2 class winners and the 2 class reserves from the feeder calves we just saw. The 2 class winners, the early and late spring calves. First class was the younger, second class was the older, competing for first. Bring up the other second place, competing for reserve feeder calf.
Well, I think as we get our 2 class winners back out here, certainly excited for the future of both of these particular females out here, and you know, still pretty young and immature at this stage, so you know, you don't really have that crystal ball to really know exactly what you're getting into, but you can study what's there in terms of the parts and pieces and the quality, and there's some just minor structural differences, you know, between these particular 2 females. I think the young lady out front is the one that you really like up through her front end. Her head, her neck, and shoulder all blend into her body so nicely and so smooth in terms of her build. I think a female that really balances up nicely from the side view profile. You talk about chest and then back into her flank. Everything fits and proportions very, very well. You know, when you watch her go there from behind, she does want to just bring her hock in just a little bit. I think you can square her up just a little bit there from hock to ground, but being pretty critical on an awfully good one. Young lady's female here that wins that second class, I think is one that has an advantage when you step in behind the cattle. There's more bulk and more mass and more shape. I think she's thicker and more impressive out through her hip than the one directly in front of her. But with that, study her front end and her knee. She's just a little farther forward there, and the ankle of her knee and her front end, I'd like to lay her back there just ever so slightly. Maybe set that tail head down in between her pit bones. Just a bit neater, but I think 2 exceptional, very, very good heifers that both offer good things. Don't want to take anything away from our second place cattle, but I think it comes down to these 2. I'm going to side with the young lady here out of the first class for champion. We'll follow up with this young lady down here out of the second class for reserve.
Now coming in the ring, our first class of feeder steers. We need Easton Ebert and Tori Trinan, the first class of steers. These to be entering the ring on deck will be the second class of feeder steers. Is Easton Ebert had a scratch on the Trinan steer, so this is a single entry in the first class. Then we will have the next class with Rebecca, Tori, and Trey.
Well, just a single entry here to start off the feeder steer show, and the young man's been in here a couple times, and I think he's doing a good job. I think he's got a steer that you can certainly appreciate from a muscularity and expression standpoint. This calf has just a ton of foot and bone at the ground, yet complements it with some extra shape and a good look up through his front end. If you want to change this guy, maybe you can fix just the way he travels and reaches there out of his hip and his hind leg, but I still think a nice calf overall. Let's give that young man a nice hand.
All right, congratulations to Easton Ebert on that win. Coming in now is the second class of feeder steers. Rebecca Cowan, Trey Timmerman, and Tori Tran. Should have three coming in, and we do. All right. This will be the second class of feeder steers. These will compete with the class winner for a champion feeder steer. And then we throw the champion feeder heifer against the champion feeder steer for the overall feeder calf champion. We should have Rebecca, Trey, and Tori in the ring.
I'm fully interested in coming outside.
Right,
more
exactly.
like, oh, they said
Well, good class here as we keep moving along within your feeder steer show. And man, this young lady sure brought some good cattle today within this feeder division. And, you know, her heifers were good, and man, the steer is certainly no exception. I think you can certainly put on a lot of miles. I actually get the opportunity to travel a bunch, you know, here in the fall and view kind of some sale calves of this size and maturity. And man, I think this guy can run with the big dogs. He's one that certainly blends a show steer look with the right kind of muscle shape and width to him when you get in behind him. He's hairy, and she's done a good job with that, but I think underneath that hair there's some real rib shape, there's some real spread and dimension working down his top, and yet he still handles it with the right kind of structure underneath. I like that steer a great deal. The young lady here with kind of the short arm roan mark steer here that's going to end up in second, I think is one that you can certainly like from a length of spine standpoint. He's a long bodied steer that's good in terms of depth and softness there through his center rib. You know, comparing back to that steer that wins this particular class, he's not quite as impressive when you get in behind him. He's a little flatter in terms of his hip, not quite as much spread and mass when you stuck him down his top, but still a good structured, long-bodied steer that's going to grow and perform really, really well for that young lady. The same thing kind of holds true for the young man's red steer that closes the class. That steer's kind of giving him a tough time, but he's hanging right in there. I appreciate that. He's got a steer that's built good in terms of structural integrity. Feet and legs are good on that guy. Just, you know, compare him to those ones ahead of him. Not quite as much muscle and stoutness in that guy to move up any higher.
Congratulations on that steer class, Tori Trinan, followed by Becca Cowan and third grade Timmerman. Now we'll bring out our class winner from class 1 and our top 2 from class 2 for our champion feeder steer, gold slide. And then the 2 heifers will come in. So bring the 2 class winner steers right in here. Right in here. Right in East and Eber. Yep, and so.
Well, let's go ahead and put our hands together here for our feeder steer exhibitors on doing a really nice job. You know, not very many numbers here within this particular division, but, you know, once again, there's been some good ones to work through. The young man that wins that first class, as we talked, really a heavy bone, stout mate steer that's got some muscle shape to him. You know, compared back to some of those others, he is just a little rounder in terms of his hip, maybe not quite as loose and flexible when we set him out on the lead. You know, I thought for me there was a nice pair of them there out of that last class, and the young lady that wins that last class, you know, I asked her if this calf was going to be for sale later on, because I'd sure, you know, like to have one like this in my barn at home, because, man, it's hard to build them like that. I think a steer that, you know, complements a show steer look with some of the extras in terms of balance and attractiveness, but yet still covers the basics of muscularity and body shape in a steer that can still get out and go and handle it really, really well. We're going to keep those two together. Let's put our hands together for both those exhibitors.
All right, a nice pair of feeder steers win your feeder steer competition. Cody Trinan, Rebecca Cowan. Now we're bringing back the first and second from the feeder heifer show, kind of different. The boys against the girls. And we'll see which way Judge goes on that. So we've got...
Congratulations on the house.
Champion feeder steer, champion feeder heifer, reserve steer, reserve heifer.
I was just waiting for you. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Where is it? What's the word? It's kind of yeah, oh yeah. You guys, there's no money. I was just take that right now.
I got my feet on going.
I was just saying inside
Well, certainly for me, this is kind of something new and something a little different, you know, to give the steers kind of competing against the breeding cattle. And for me, you know, I don't know if there's certainly a right or a wrong answer within this particular selection, but I do think just recognizing the quality that's in front of you is always neat and fun. You know, whenever you kind of get to pick a supreme over, you know, over all the divisions is really, really neat, and to get to recognize these kids on all their hard work. You know, I thought for me, both of the heifer and the steer divisions were really, really good for no more numbers than we had. I think you can put both the steer and the champion heifer up against some of the very, very best that you'll see. You know, for me, there was one that just hit me really, really hard when he first came in. You know, I'm a sucker for one that is built like that, to have that kind of width and stoutness, yet still have the feet to go along with it and handle all that mass that he has, and yet still bring it together with a high quality look. I'm going to use that young lady steer for champion. We're going to follow up with the heifer for reserve. Let's give them a nice hand.
Zach, can you hand me that? Go.
We did have a scratch, so Rebecca Cowan, the first entry scratch. Avery Knipper, Anna Polzers, and Derek Goff are here showing a fine set of producing mama cows and their babies. And this champion in reserve will be eligible to come back for the Supreme heifer that we pick later on after the open heifers.
Well, as we kind of move on into this division here within your cow-calf show, I think, a trio of really nice pairs here, but I think there's some good differences between them. We'll just kind of discuss them really briefly. For me, I think it comes down to a pair of them that have some good differences. Nothing to take away. The young lady's cow-calf pair here up front, I think, is one that you can like in terms of a cow that's got a really neat look up through her neck, really neat and refined there. I think a cow that's got some hip and some shape to her. Just one that as you get to comparing her to those two others, she's given up the most in terms of body depth and softness and practicality. Just looks like she might be a little bit more difficult to maintain in production. We need to just modify some structure there on that calf that's on her side. I think for me it comes down to this pair. There's some trade-offs amongst them. I think for me the cow-calf pair there down on the end is one that you can certainly like in terms of balance. I think that this cow has got a really good, attractive, feminine look up through her head, neck, and shoulder. I like that about her. I think a female that's really good in terms of top line and level out through her hip. Compared to this cow right in front of her, there's maybe not quite as much of her. She wants to flatten a little bit in terms of her rib, not quite as much outer shape and dimension there when you step in behind the cattle, but still I think good in terms of udder size and development. And then she's still got a really nice calf on her side. I was pretty impressed with that calf when she first came in. I think that one's got a really bright future ahead of her. This cow right here in front of her, I think is one that hit me really hard. I think covers the basics. When you look at her, you just think, wow, really maternal, just in terms of her image, really soft in terms of her body, really good in terms of udder size. Her teeth development looks really good in terms of just shape and size of it. I like that about her. I think good in terms of foot. Maybe one that's got just a bit more chest on her today than that cow right behind her, and that's okay. I think that fits her. Just looks like one that's going to do a really, really good job for that young lady, and still got a high-quality calf to go along with it. So, with that stated, I'm going to use this young lady right in front of me for champion within this division. We're going to follow up right down here with this young man for reserve.
All right, champion, foundation, cow-calf, Anna Paulsbury, reserve, Derek Goff. Well done. Thank you. You are dismissed. Congratulations. You will come back, both pairs, for the Supreme Champion Heifer Drive. You will come back. Okay, moving right along, trying to beat the heat a little bit. We're going right into our purebred breeding heifers. And I know Derek is leaving the ring and entering the ring with his Angus heifer. So we have one Angus heifer, and she's a March, Kobe. March, Angus heifer, single entry.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How are you? Good. This is babysitting a lot of videos. Yeah, I might have been standing close. Yeah, how many weeks ago? Yeah, chilling. Just I gotta be a little yeah, go into this barn closest to the pier, right to the left. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. How's your summer going? Good, yeah. I'm interning internship just outside of so I'm working for one of the biggest pioneer seed distributors in the Midwest. So it's a city, so working huge biggest operation. They farm like 5,000.
Well, as we kind of begin our true breeding heifer show here, I think a great way to go ahead and kick things off with an Angus heifer that you sure got to like. I think a high quality one that kind of blends a show ring look with some of the basics that we ask of an Angus female. She looks like she's going to be a really moderate, functional heifer when he puts her out and takes the show altar off, and she kind of becomes a cow. I think she does a lot of good things. Her shoulder blends into her forerib really, really nicely. Take her from there back. She's good and strong in her top, long and level from hooks to pins. I like that about her. I think a female that maybe doesn't blow you away in any one area in terms of width or mass, but everything fits on her very, very nicely. We set her out on the lead. Maybe you can just see her reach with just a little bit more flex and reach there off of both ends, but I do think she's more than adequate from a structure standpoint. Let's give that young man a nice lead.
I know, it's a little warm, ain't it?
Angus class, Derek Goff. Coming in the ring is a couple of high percentage mains, 2 entries.
Don't run, that'll cool you down.
Yeah.
Three. Come on, three.
Well, as we keep kind of working and moving along here within your main show, a nice pair of them, and I think a pair of March uppers that, you know, although the same age, there's obviously some significant variation just in terms of where they're at this stage of their maturity. The young man's Brockle base pepper up there up front is one that, you know, for me, I think as you study your ear from the side, you can like some things about that heifer, particularly up through her front end, the way her neck attaches really high and neat there out of the top of her shoulder, really feminine about the shape of her head. She's clean in her chest and attractive there through her throat line. Take her from there back. I think a female that still has some shape and some width when you get in behind her. You know, maybe a heifer that when we set her out on the go, just like to loosen her up a bit in terms of the way that she travels off both ends. But I think the same thing can be said for the young man's heifer here directly behind her. I think a big, stout, high-performing heifer that's good in terms of foot and bone and thickness, everything we'd expect from main on shoe cattle in regards to extra performance and stoutness. Just one that when we set her out on the lead, the young man pulls her lead. I just wish she would just get out and reach with a bit more flex off of both ends. So I think for me, I don't know if there's just a right or wrong answer between these two. You can go with the maturity and the stoutness of that one. You can go with the extra look and refinement of the young man's Bronco-based heifer out front. I'm going to side with her for champion. We're going to follow up down here with this young man for reserve. Congratulations.
No, I don't know.
All right, winning that class, 5% main, Trey Kimmerman, reserve, Derek Goff. Have to commend Derek Goff and his family and crew. He's had 3 cattle in here in 3 straight classes, and they've all looked good and they've all been well shown. So, tip of the hat to Derek Goff and his crew for that little class after class after class. Now coming in the ring, our foundation of Simmental. The youngest with the Dailies, with the May, and Brandon's with the March, and Cody with the January. So they are in order from youngest to oldest, judges left to right, our right, your right to left.
Right now? Should I come now? You want me to go now? Thank you, Alex. Never understand your help. All right, I'll dig it out. You don't even know you're there.
Plus her daughter.
I got a check. I don't want to every time it's come up, it's like, I don't know, I really think it's every I'm like, don't worry, wherever I go, you'll probably
Boy, I know once again, not just a ton of numbers within each of these divisions, but if you're a Simmental breeder enthusiast or interested in this particular breed, I think you certainly got to be excited about this particular heifer that goes ahead and starts off within this Simmental Foundation breed here. I think there's one that I certainly, when she first hit the ring, hit me really, really hard, and does a lot of things that you asked. I'm thinking of a breeding heifer to kind of combine some of those extras in regards to having some look and refinement up through her front end, yet as you take her from there back, just really explodes into a bold, round kind of a rib cage, and yet still having some thickness and some power to her when we get in behind her. I think today within these breeding cattle, we've made such an emphasis on structure, but keeping some real width and some stoutness in the cattle is really important, and this heifer does that, yet still handles it all fairly well when we set her out on the lead. Just a really, really high quality female to go ahead and win. Young lady's heifer here in second, still no slouch, and unfortunately she just ran into a really, really good one there on the top end. I think that heifer at the standstill is one that I can really like. I think she balances up good there in terms of strength of top line. She's good and level out through her hip. I appreciate that. I think a female, when we set her out on the go, she's just a little hesitant today, just in terms of her reach and freedom of movement. She gets a nickel tighter in the way that she goes out of her front shoulder and front end. I just need to loosen her up a bit to allow her to get over that female that wins this particular class. The young man here that comes in third, you just want to talk about easy flushing, low maintenance, moderate kind of a brood cow. That's his heifer. I think she'll make an awesome cow for that young man. Unfortunately, she's just gotten to be a little bit past 12 o'clock. I'd like to lead her up more than anything in terms of her body condition today.
Very good class. Foundation Simmentals. First place, Brandon Whited. Second place, J.D. Happy. Third, Cody Simon. Now our last class of purebreds, a single entry from J.D. Happy. This is a Shorthorn Plus breed of May babies. So this is our last class of individual breeds. The purebred winners and reserves will come back for our purebred champion breeding champion.
Well, just a single entry here, but man, it would be interesting to see how this heifer would stack up with some of her contemporaries within this particular breed, because, boy, she has brought to us one that's really highly presented. Man, there's not a hair out of place. She's done a good job of, getting this heifer put together. I think she is one that maybe isn't the biggest one we've seen, a little more moderate in terms of frame size, but that's okay. I think she's going to make a really, really nice cow when it's all said and done. Good and soft in terms of her rib design. I like that about her. I like the fact that she's attractive in terms of her hip and her hind leg assembly. I think a female that, it's one that obviously I think for me I get a little critical on body condition because, at home those heifers are a little harder to get bred and, they maybe don't milk quite as good when it's all, having that first calf. But maybe you could just clean her up a little bit in terms of back cover over her pins and down her chest. But I still think a good functional female that's going to make a really nice cow prospect for her. Let's put our hands together for that young lady, if you would, please.
Quick too.
That class, Shorthorn plus Katie Happy.
Yeah, we talked for a long time about different things and
Jill Olish, the young guy needs you.
Well, if you would please, those around ringside, let's go ahead and put our hands together here for our breeding cattle exhibitors on doing a really nice job. And, I know I've said it earlier, but the quality has just been tremendous, within each and every one of these particular classes. And, there's been some differences to work through. And, obviously, I've talked a little bit about some structural differences that we can work through and just body condition. I think at this stage, as you kind of project these heifers on out as big bred females or, even as cows, just keeping them in the right kind of condition today, I think is really paramount to their success as you, project them on out and down the road for these young people. So, I think for me, I'm not going to go back through and talk each one of these individually. I've kind of talked them enough within their own class and within their own divisions, but I did think that there was one out here that hit me extremely hard in terms of what I'm looking for, combining a show ring look with some extras in regards to balance and attractiveness, yet still covering the basics of one that's good, functional, got the right kind of shape of rib and body, and yet still having some thickness when you get in behind him. This young man right here with this foundation, Simi, is going to be your champion. Congratulations. For me, I think the reserve spot is where it's kind of up for discussion and you can have some debate. I think there's some trade-offs here between a couple of them. This one that comes in that was reserved in that particular breed, I think is one that, as we talked, you could really like at the standstill. She's one that's good in terms of her top line, good in terms of the way her neck attaches there out of the top of her shoulder. Really a feminine made, clean-jointed female. She doesn't overpower you in terms of width or stoutness, but everything blends really nicely on that heifer. We talked there, you can just dial her back a little bit in terms of her shoulder angle and her front knee and just see her reach a little bit farther, more comfortably. I think, she could run with those ones, that one that wins. So, the young lady Shorthorn Plus heifer is one that we talked, good, moderate, nice balanced heifer. Just like to clean up a little bit in terms of her condition, maybe lengthen her out a bit in terms of her front end. I'm going to go ahead and side with this young man's reserve foundation, Simmental. She'll be reserved. Congratulations, Dan.
All right, winning that class, champion purebred breeding heifer 2021 Cherokee County Fair, Austin Whited with the Simmental Reserve. Also came out of that Simmental class for J.D. Happy. The Champion Reserve Purebred, which will come back for the Supreme. Austin Whited, followed by J.D. Happy. Now coming in the ring, our first class commercial heifers.
Of course I brought my car. I always got my guys going. Never without me.
Are you really? I bet I could beat you in a race.
How old are you? Like 12? Are you in first grade yet? You got to
Right. Continuing on the breeding side of the show, these are the commercial breeding heifers. Probably a crossbred heifer with a gray cow and a purebred bull, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. These are shown by weight, not by age. Trey Timmerman, Lakin Johnson, Landon Stillwater, and Logan Stillwater. There'll be another class. These are the lightweight commercial heifers, which will be followed by heavyweight commercial heifers, competing for the champion commercial heifer.
Young man, you can go ahead and circle on out here. I think this young man's going to go ahead and lead off this particular class. And, you know, I think one that for me comes to the top pretty logically. I think you talk about the combination heifer that blends some extra muscle and dimension and yet still doing it with a nice balanced look. I think structurally is where this heifer really wins the class for me. She's the most comfortable in terms of the way that she gets out and goes. She's the squarest in terms of her build, and yet handles everything really, really nicely. If you want to pick on her, you can clean her up down for her chest, maybe just a shade, but I still think just a heifer that needs to come to the top within this particular class. I think as you get into these commercial heifers, obviously you're going to get some variation in types and kinds, and I do think this heifer here that comes in second is one that you can like in terms of having some extra look and attractiveness up through her head and neck. She's got a really bold, round rib cage, and yet still having some shape to her when you get in behind her. I just didn't read her to be quite as comfortable when we set her out on the lead. She's just a little tighter and more restricted out of her hock and her pastor as she goes there from behind. Young man here that comes in three, I think is one that is really attractive and alert today. You can tell she's not missing much. She's seeing everything that's going on, but she's settling in here, and I think a heifer that's got a good look up front, just one that needs to be redesigned from a structure standpoint, just gets a little stiffer and tighter off of both ends. This young man here that closes the class, keep up, the good work with her. She's going to make a nice cow for this young man. Just within this particular set, she hits it as the plainest in terms of her look up front.
Congratulations to that class. In that class, Logan Stillwater, followed by Landon Stillwater. Third was Rachel Ramondi and Nathan Johnson. This is our second and last class of commercial heifers. These are heavier. Commercial heifers are shown by weight, not by age. And Haven Hollingship, Ashley Wetter, Aubrey Canagator, and Kim Meyer are in the ring. Our second class of commercial heifers, these are the heavier class compared to the one you just saw.
Well, I think we got a few that maybe just don't want to be show uppers today, but that's all right. I think the kids are working through it good, and I think for me, there's one that comes to the top pretty quick. The young man's Baldy heifer, I think, combines the highest quality look out here just in terms of extension and presence up to her head and neck. I think a female that combines that with some extra width and shape when you get in behind them. She's really good in terms of having some extra spread and width, working down her top and out through her hip. You know, she's not the deepest or the softest body today, but I think that's okay. I think that'll come with time and maturity as this young man gets her heavy bred mane. She's got a look and presence about her, yet does it with some extra power and width. Young lady here that ends up in second. I actually think for me 2 and 3 are really, really close. I think that's kind of the pair within this particular class. I don't know if there's a right or wrong answer. You can kind of flip a coin. Both of these cattle are made from the same particular mold. They're moderate frame, really stout, thick-ended cattle, but with some of that extra power. Both of them are just a little coarser in terms of their build. You'd like to just freshen them up about their head and neck. I think the female here, this black heifer, you like in terms of having a ton of thickness and mass to her relative to her frame size. For me, I just like to lengthen her out in terms of her front end. She's just a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern today. Young lady with kind of the gray, baldy here, smoke-colored one. She's hanging in there and doing a good job. I think a heifer that you can like in terms of shape and dimension. Study her down her top and out of her hip. She's pretty impressive. Just today, she's the frailest in terms of her foot and bone. We need to redesign her structurally to move her up any higher.
Thanks for not hitting us.
Isn't that right with me?
What's that?
Jason may be late, but he's never late for something.
Winning that class, right in order on your program. In Hollingshed, first, Ashley Weather second, Audrey Canegate third, and Kim Meyer fourth. The top two from those first classes of commercials now will come to the ring for your champion commercial.
Hot yet?
This girl.
That's right. Yeah, I walked in the...
All right, here we have Pretty in Pink. Doesn't really match my shirt. Tell us your story.
Hi, I'm Mesa Patterson. I'm the 9-year-old daughter of Nate and Molly Patterson. I'm going into 4th grade in Cherokee, Iowa. Hi, my name is Savannah Jeffkey. I am the 9-year-old daughter of Mitchell Cassandra Jeffkey of Cherokee, Iowa. This year I will be attending 3rd grade and I am your Little Miss Cherokee County.
Good morning, my name is Mallory Ganlin. I'm the 18-year-old daughter of Chris and Lisa Ganlin of Cherokee, Iowa. This fall I will be attending Des Moines Area Community College and majoring in Business Administration. And I'm your 2019 Cherokee County Fair Princess.
Hi everyone, my name is Jessica Tuttle. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Marky and Kim Tuttle of Cherokee, Iowa. And this fall I'll be attending Cherokee Washington High School for my senior year.
Hello everyone, my name is Sierra Williams, the 17-year-old daughter of Doug Williams and Rod and Chris Kelleher of Cherokee, Iowa. This fall, I plan on attending Cherokee Washington High School for my senior year.
There you have the royalty from the county. Thank you, ladies. Well done.
Well, let's go ahead and put our hands together here for our commercial heifer exhibitors. I'm doing a really nice job. I think really I wanted to go ahead and take a moment there to rewalk this pair, and nothing against our second places, but for me it comes down to our 2 class winners here, and there's some good differences between them. I think they really differ in terms of their type and kind and the way that they're made. You just kind of got to pick your preference, and I think the young man here that wins that first class won that class just based on structure alone. I thought that heifer was the most comfortable. When you set him out on the lead, you set him in motion. Her angles and joints, I think, are the most correct. You study her feet and how she hits the surface. She's definitely the best in that regard. You know, she's not blessed with the hair. She's not blessed with just the extra look and presence of the young man's baldy heifer here that wins the second class. I got to be the first to admit I am a sucker for a really good baldy, and you got to love just that beautiful bald face on that heifer, and just such a striking look up to her front end, and the way her neck attaches there onto her shoulder, really high and neat. I like that about her. From there back, she's bold in her rib. She's good in terms of stoutness out to her hip. You know, for me, I wanted to rewalk them just to kind of validate what I had already thought originally. She is just a little stiffer and tighter in the way that she goes today. I don't know if that's a product of her being a little bit more worked up, or if you just like to maybe change that about her. So for me, I'm going to go ahead and stick to my guns and use this young man here out of the first class, and go ahead and follow up with the baldy here for reserve. Congratulations.
When they interviewed her for the job, she said that. They're like, how it all works.
All right, now we're ready for our championship drive. This will be the selection of the Supreme and Reserve Supreme breeding heifer of the 21 Cherokee County Fair. Our judge, Colby Tabor. Colby's been around the cattle world quite a bit. He hails from Knoxville, Iowa. He showed cattle 4-H and FFA. He attended Blackhawk East and then went to graduate from Iowa State. He has his master's degree in agricultural education. He's a Northern Cattle feed rep for Show Circuit online sales. Many cattle sales anymore are done digitally, electronically, and Colby is one of the lead people on that company, Show Circuit online sales, and he manages Double Key cattle. Thank you, Colby Tabor, for coming from Knoxville, Iowa. Please give Colby a round of applause. Appreciate his job.
Well, thank you for that, and I think what a drive here as we kind of get all these respective division winners back out here. I think it's neat, particularly when you get to compete against, the cow-calf pair, kind of give them some recognition, and then, I think as we get into these other two divisions, they were awfully good. So it certainly makes my job fun as your show judge to get to work through these, and we kind of talked about them in division. For me, I think within any breeding cattle show, it's not only important that they've got a show ring lookout here, but more than anything, and what we focus on back home is once you take the show halters off these cattle, they're going to go out and make an impact for these young people within their own respective breeding programs and within their own operation, and hopefully do good things for them. I think that's what it's all about. I've been just really impressed with not only the cattle, but I think the kids have been very good. So with that, I actually didn't go out here and pick you a champion in reserve. I'm looking forward to it. So if you would, let's give them all one nice hand. I'll go out and select your champion.
All right, come on, go to the 2 blocks.
Supreme champion breeding heifer number 83, Brandon Whitehead. That heifer won the Simmental Nation class, then the purebred, and has just named Supreme. Reserve Supreme, following in the Simmental, J.D. Happy. Thank you, all exhibitors. Great heifer show. Congratulations, Mr. White and Ms. Happy. Congratulations.
I was thinking we were talking about
Next, coming in the ring, we go to our market beef class. We've done with the breeding side and the feeder calf. Now we go to the market side, the meat wagon. First class in will be a class of market heifers, these are by weight. Mason Peters and Reagan Peters from the MMC-RU FFA. 2 market heifers ready to come in, followed by class 2, Josh Wetter, Cooper Schulenberg, and Leah Hannigator. So we're ready for the market heifers.
Really? Yeah. All the way up. That's my favorite drive here. Are they still there? The senior yeah. I'm called 5:30. Well, and if you get a box and bring I'll text you guys. It won't be long. I think I'm walking.
No, it's the top rotating cage. You're good. Like this is really
Yeah. Michael, I know I was taking your skating season.
No, I'm fine. I haven't seen you a lot.
Well, I think as we kind of keep rolling on here into this market heifer show, just keep it moving, and I think the quality kind of continues as we get started here. And I think really an exceptional pair of them here within this particular class. The young man's gold heifer is going to come to the top for me, and I think she does so just when you study them down their top and out through their hip. I think she's got an advantage there. You get your hands on this heifer, and still pretty raw yet, obviously not quite there yet in terms of just an ideal market weight, but man, she is really square backed and stout ended, and yet still handles it with the right kind of structure at the ground. I think just a really, really high quality one to go ahead and win. The young lady's black and white heifer here at the standstill, and she gets her stopped and parked at the setup. You can really, really like this heifer. She has an up-headed presence about her that's hard not to like. She's got plenty of shape and dimension. I think it's when the problem is when we set her out on the lead, she gets just a little stiffer and tighter up both ends, maybe a nickel rounder out through her hip, not quite as loose and flexible out of those rear legs when we set her in motion.
All right, a couple of very nice market heifers there. Winning that class, Mason Peters, followed by Reagan Peters. They will be back out for the champion reserve market heifer after the next class. Coming into the ring is the next class of market heifers: Joshua Wetter, Cooper Schulberg, Leah Cannigator. Bring them on in.
Well, as we kind of keep moving on here in our Market Heifer show, I'll be completely honest. I don't think in this particular class there's just that one that jumps out and says, hey, I have to win. So I think you kind of got to weigh some of the checks and balances and decide, where you want to draw the line. All three of these heifers, maybe you would like to modify structurally. I just felt like the young lady that I chose to lead off with was the best in terms of having some extra performance and size to her, yet having some strength to top line, good out through her hip, maybe one you just like to see a bit more attractive out of her front end and just go a bit looser off both ends. Young man here coming in second probably has just a little bit, a heifer with a little bit better look up through her front end. She's neater in through her throat, more attractive about her neck. I like that about her. Really stout in terms of her bone work. Just one that for me just needs redesigned when we set her out on the go. She gets a little rigid and tighter in the way that she handles her rear end, and I'd like to lay her back at her shoulder. Young man with the red heifer is one that's got all the thickness and the mass that you'd want. For me, she just gets too tight on both ends. I'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her maturity pattern, just as she is a little bit quicker in terms of her look today.
All right, winning that class, Leah Cannegator, reserve, sweater, followed by Cooper Schulenberg. So now the first and second from the Class A of Market Heifers will compete against the first and second Class B of Market Heifers. So Mason Peters will be shown against Leah Cannegator in the top spot, and then the reserve will be dependent upon who he selects. This is going to be the champion reserve Market Heifer.
Well, if you would, please, let's put our hands together here for our Market Heifer exhibitors on an outstanding show. Once again, not just a ton of numbers, but man, the quality's certainly been there, and nothing to take away from that second class. There was some differences there in structure that maybe we'd like to fix here and there, but I do think for me, it certainly comes down, to this first class, and there was a pair of them in there that I got pretty fired up about. I don't know, just in terms of weight and where they're at this stage, they still, both those heifers probably have a little bit of ways to go yet to just hit that most ideal, optimal endpoint in terms of their finish. You get your hands on them. They've got the shape and they've got the dimension. They just need to lay on a bit more fat. And man, they got the quality, and I think there was one for me that was just sounder. I thought she was the better structured option. She's more attractive and functional in the set of her hock and her rear pastern and the way that she meets the surface and drives there off of both ends. Just more flexible, and yet still one that's got some extra stoutness and feature to go along with it. I like that young man's heifer there out of the first class a great deal. We're going to follow up with that black and white heifer for reserve. Let's give them both a nice hand.
All right, winning the Market Heifer division, Peters family. Mason Peters, followed by Reagan, winners of the first class. That's the champion reserve of Market Heifer. All right, we're ready for the steer show. First one should be Jillian Paulsrud. Gonna go right into the next class.
what a great way here to go ahead and start off the steers, and a young lady brings to us one that you really got to be impressed with, and it kind of just immediately grabs your attention, not only because he's a neat mark calf, but man, he's got a really good look here from the side view profile. She does a great job of getting this one stuck and getting it presented very, very well. I think a steer that I can really appreciate here from the side view profile. He's attractive up front. He's got kind of a show steer look and presence about him. Take him from there back and get your hands on him. He's almost got a groove working there down his back. Just to have that kind of muscularity and expression working down his top and out through his hip, I think is really impressive. He's bold and round in terms of his rib cage. You know, when we set him out on the move, maybe you can fix him up front just a little bit. He's wanting to toe out. I'd like to give him just a jump or flex and reach there out of his hock, but I still think he's adequate structurally to combine that kind of muscle and look is awfully unique. Let's give that young lady a nice round of applause.
All right, winning that single entry, Jillian Paltru, Class A of market steers. Now we're ready for Class B of market steers, Joshua Wetter, Aubrey Canagator, Anna Paltru, and Lily Schulenberg. These steers weigh between 1,200 and 1,270.
Well, I think once again, good class here, and I think this top pair can go ahead and circle on around. I think for me, this is a good pair of cattle up here on the top end to kind of discuss, and they both have some trade-offs and maybe some things we like, but also a couple things that we'd like to modify. Young lady here with this black steer here, you can go ahead and stop him right there. Go ahead and stop him right there. I think a calf that you can certainly like from a balance and look standpoint. I think a steer that's good in terms of his rib and body. I really like the feed on this steer. I think when he gets out and goes, without a doubt, he's the soundest steer in the drive, the most flexible in terms of the way that he goes on both ends. Good in terms of his joint work. You know, relative to the steer behind him, he's not quite as good right in behind his shoulders. He's a little flatter in terms of his forerib, not quite as expansive and impressive there. If we fix him there, I think he's an easy winner. But for me, that's what makes this pair close. The steer in second's got just a little bit more, I shouldn't say a little bit, he's got a lot more shape right in behind his shoulder, down his top and out through his hip, particularly down through his quarter and stifle. I like that about him. The problem is I just can't use that guy structure alone. He gets a little coarser, more open in his shoulder, just a little bit coarser in terms of his joint work as well. I think he gets a little higher in his tail head, but man, you want to talk about handling quality, product potential. I think that guy is as good as any that we've seen. The young man here that's going to end up in 3, I thought did so just when we set him out in motion. I think he's the more correctly jointed steer. He's better in terms of his ankles off both ends. He's a really sound-footed calf. Just when you get him out here in the show ring, he's a bit plainer in terms of his neck, a bit deeper in terms of his chest, not quite as much muscle and width when you get in behind him. I think the young lady here that closes the class has got a calf that's got all the muscle and width that you want. Unfortunately today, he just got a little bit too full on his left side. He needs to go with more reach off both ends of his skeleton.
All right, winning that middleweight class, Anna Paul Drew, followed by Lily Schoenberg, Josh Wetter, Aubrey Candidator. We're ready for Class C. The heavyweight steers, we have 4 entries.
I didn't even know. It was like that.
I normally hug you, but
yeah, you don't want to hug me. You been working better, bud? Come on. My kids have been sliding together since 7:30. I might have to take a shower before I go to bed tonight, you think? Wash bottle.
you're on camera.
I think I'm on camera. It's right by your chair.
You have good news because you understand something. Yeah. Was it by boat or by road? By boat.
Good, how are you?
We were given Vanny and Joey. All the activities. At one day we would sit and talk about the 1930s. I mean, more and more nurses. My mom was on West
Boy, I know, I'm sure it's getting warm outside, but if you're in here and paying attention here around ringside, you certainly got to be excited, man. When this steer here came in the ring, I know I was pretty pumped up. I think for me, it's kind of the steer what I've been looking for, a calf that combines some look and attractiveness, yet still good in terms of his finish. You get your hands on that guy, I think really good in that regard. I think you set him out on the lead.
Yeah, it's a live stream.
I think that calf can really get out and go. You know, he's probably not the most muscular down in through his lower quarter or stifle, but for me, I think that calf's got enough, and yet still does it with a very, very high quality look from the side. Just a great place to go ahead and start off with. I'll be excited to see him back out here. Young lady's baldy calf, you know, when he first come in, he kind of hits you a little plainer in terms of his look. The skirt steer probably doesn't have the extra hair or some of the wow factors, some of the cattle we've seen, but of the remaining three, he's the best structured steer when you set him out on the lead. He's the sounder option, just in terms of remaining more comfortable both ends. I would like to see him with more shape and muscle when you get him behind him. I think that's what kind of keeps it close. I just had to draw the line structurally in these last two calves. I think are steers that obviously have gotten fat. They've got some muscle to them, just ones that need redesign. This guy up front is wanting to rock forward in his knee, and then the young lady's down there on the end just simply struggles too much off both ends. We just need to see him looser. He's got all the power and all the muscle you can blunt. He just needs to go better in the way that he handles his hip and his rear leg.
That's all we can do. Try not to
All right, now we're picking our champion steer in this division. You'll notice that we did not have a Class B. Remember, she will be showing in the no-fit class, Class B, coming up next. So this is your champion steer lineup, followed by your champion. We will then have the no-fit steers before we get to the overall market animal champion.
Well, if you would, please, let's go ahead and put our hands together here for our steer exhibitors. I'm doing a great job out here. I think within each and every one of these classes has been really good. I know not a ton of them, but man, the quality's been impressive. The young lady here, we'll just talk about him real briefly with that shorthorn mark steer that wins that first class, was one that I really liked, and I still do when he's brought back out here. I think a really attractive fronted steer that's really fresh about his neck and down in through his chest. You take him from there back, that's a bold, round rib cage with a ton of shape working down his top and there out through his hip. We talked to him in class, maybe you'd like to just see him just a shot looser out of his hog and the way that he goes, and I still think you could say the same thing about him right now, maybe square him up in terms of his front feet, but man, that's a ton of look and quality with the right kind of muscle. He is a little lighter today, but I think the future is bright for that calf as he continues to get fat and put on weight. The young lady here that wins that second class just did based off structure. I thought that this calf within that particular group, he was the soundest one. And I think out here that's just a really good-footed, good-bodied steer that's got a nice look here from the side. I think as we talked to him in class relative to that gray calf, he's probably not quite as good right in behind his shoulders. You get him behind him, I wish there was just a little bit more of him, but I think that's good functional cattle there to win that class. Then the young man steer here that won that last class of the day here within the steers, I think it's one that hits you really hard from the side view profile. Man, you can tell this steer's pretty alert out here. He's probably got a little personality to him, but that's okay. I think for me, sometimes all the good ones do. They've got a little personality and a little fire to them, but man, you get him slowed down and get him stopped and pulled together. I think that's a really high quality show steer that balances up awesome here from the side. We talked to him in class. He doesn't have just a ton of outer shape there through his lower quarter and stifle. I'd like to just pull him apart there just a bit. But man, you talk about structure, you talk about look, all in a fresh, high quality package. That's him. So for me, I think there's one out here that suits me really well. Let's give them all a nice hand. I'll go select the champion. Just real quick here, that young lady that comes in there was second out of that class, and as I said, he's probably not blessed with some of the show steer extras, but I think a good functional fat steer, and it's certainly good in terms of his product value and things of that nature. For me, it comes down to a pair of them here for reserve. I think it gets pretty close. The young lady here that won that first class, as we talked, really high quality, just needs a little bit more time on feed. And then the young lady there out in the second class, good sound front footed steer, just needs a little bit more muscle. I'm going to side with this young lady's red and white down for reserve.
What's the first?
All right, now coming in is another division of market steers, the no-fit. These are excellent quality cattle. They can wash, they can be clipped. They just can't have any glue or oil, and they are just shown fresh as can be. So in this class, Maverick Steve, Olivia Jochum, and Katie Bryant. Class 1 of 2 classes of no-fit market steers.
Yeah. It's hard to hear them tell because they're less open because they're not open to How did you guys handle that? Were you able to say you're essential workers? We are. For the most part,
Well, I think a good class here, and I think within this no-fit division, I think there's a steer out front here that needs to win this class. For me, he's kind of the combination calf, combining some muscle and width, yet still just having a really practical, easy feet kind of a look. And you get your hands on this guy. He's really smooth and uniform to the touch. I appreciate that about him. Span some width and some dimension down his top and out for his zip, yet can still get out and go and handle it all really, really well. Just a good place to go ahead and start off with. I think after that it gets close. Young lady here that's going to end up in second. This black calf's just got more true width and stoutness all the way through. Man, he is just chock full of muscle. She said he's weighing around 1,400. Steer that's really on target in terms of his finish. Got plenty of power. Just a calf that when we set him out on the go, maybe gets a little stiffer and tighter in the way that he handles his rear leg. Young man here with the Charlet kind of influence calf here that's going to close the class. I think is one that's good in terms of length. He's good in terms of the extension that he has. Just a little plainer in terms of his look. Not quite as much muscularity when you get it behind him.
Winning that class, Class A of no-fit market steers, Olivia Jokums, followed by Katie Bryant and Maverick Steve. Now this is the second class of no-fit and the final class of the no-fit steer competition.
Well, I think as we keep moving along here within our No Fit show, I think a good pair of them here on the top end, and I know the one's giving the young lady a tough time, but she's hanging right in there. This young lady steer here, you go ahead and pull him up front. I think that steer is going to go ahead and win for me, and it does so just from a weight and a finish standpoint. I think he's just a little bit more on target. We get into two heavier steers, a little bit over 1,600, and maybe just past the prime a bit. But I do think this steer really fits the bill. He's a more moderate kind of a frame steer, but still has some extra muscle and width to go along with it, yet still in a really big body, practical, functional kind of a package. Young lady here that's going to end up in second, she's hanging right in there. She's got a big break, powerful steer, just maybe a little bit past 12 o'clock in terms of his finish, but really powerful, and yet still one that's really bold in terms of his rib. Young lady with the red Bronco face cap is one that closes the class. I think just from a product standpoint, he's really good. I think a really stout, heavy muscle steer that's got plenty of growth and performance. I think that, as you study him compared to those top two, he's a little plainer in terms of his shape, just maybe a little bit past his prime in terms of his weight today.
Are you ready to go on or what? I'll time you. You want me to time you?
Winning that second class, Olivia Jokums, followed by Avery Knipper and Madison Steep. Now the two class winners and the two reserves should be out here.
Well, if you would, let's put our hands together here for our No Fit exhibitors on doing a really nice job. I think for me, both of these classes, there's been something to grab a hold of. Maybe as we get into this division, there's maybe not just that one, but some of the extras in terms of a wow factor. But you talk about just covering the basics, covering the fundamentals of what we ask of a market steer in regards to muscle, product potential, and yet still, having a practical kind of a fat steer look. They look like calves that have certainly gotten fat. When you get your hands on them, it's to no surprise they're ready to go just from a finish standpoint. I really appreciate that. For me, there's a pair of them out here that's doing really, really well. We're going to use this young lady here out of the first class for champion. We'll follow up with the young lady out of the second class for reserve. Congratulations.
Champion No Fit went to Olivia Jokums, followed by Olivia Jokums. So here we go. Now we're going to pick the champion steer, which will be the No Fit versus the Fit. Then we'll go to County Drop, and then we'll go Rate of Gain, Carcass, and Supreme. And it just never ends. It's just so much fun. So here is your champion steer select.
Well, I think a really neat deal here to get all these out and competing against one another, and just to kind of see how they stack up with one another, I think it's a lot of fun. You know, regardless of fit or no fit, to me it doesn't matter. I think good cattle are good cattle just regardless of, you know, presentation or hair. You know, to me, the cattle that are built right and yet still have a good look, but still cover, you know, the fundamentals of what we ask of a market steer. There's cattle out here that certainly do it, and they do it very, very well. I think as exhibitors, you know, and parents and supporters of these young people, regardless of the division you're in, you should be very, very proud of the cattle that brought it out here today and presented to a very, very high level. For me, there's a pair of them that suit me very, very well. They did a division. I think they're cattle that, like I said earlier, they have some extra bells and whistles, you know, that you ask of a show steer, but I think they're still more than adequate in terms of cattle that have muscle and yet still do it with the right kind of structure at the ground as well. Let's put our hands together for these two out of the mid division. This young man up front, and then we'll follow up with the young lady, short order mark steer for reserve.
Champion steer went to Cody Simons, followed by the pole group pair. So a nice pair they kept together. This next class, you've already seen the steers. They are county drop. So these are the ones born and dropped in Cherokee County, coming back to compete. Okay, we do have some youngsters interested in the open class bucket show, and that will be done at the completion of the 4-H showmanship. The 4-H show will complete, will get done. These steers and heifers are big and hot. Those little bucket calves, they're little squirts, they can handle it better. So the 4-H show will be finished before the open bucket calf show.
Your effort looked good too. If you're leaving, Rachel, I'd really feel bad if I didn't give you
Well, I think certainly a neat way to kind of recognize some of the exhibitors and the breeders here just within this county. And I think for me, this division really says a lot just about this area and these kids, you know, raising them from start to finish. And pretty neat deal to recognize them. Congratulations to each and every one of them. For me, I think the young lady here, you can go ahead and circle it around, needs to win this class. It does so, you know, he's just kind of that meat and potatoes kind of a steer. I think he's good in terms of his finish. Just a really good body, practical kind of a back steer. You know, he probably doesn't have some of that show ring look up through his front end. You can clean him up down through his shoulder and chest, but man, from their back, there's a lot of steer there and still handles it very, very nicely. I thought just structure alone got this young man black steer in second. When you watch him go, he's a really good footed, sound moving steer. I like that about it. I think a steer that relative to his size and weight probably has enough shape, just giving up quite a bit of mass and tension when he gets it behind him. He wants to flatten down in for his quarter, just a little plainer in terms of his neck up front as well. Then the young lady here with actually the red Bronco is going to be coming out next. Big, stout, heavyweight steer, but just a little bit past his prime. And then the next gal, the closest class, big, kind of a really stout, moderate frame, black calf, that's got plenty of shape to his rib. He just needs to go better on both ends today.
All right, champion Connie Ross, Olivia Jokins, followed by Joshua Wetter.
Thank you. See you.
Now we're going to select the Grand Reserve Market Animal. That'll be your champion Connie Ross, your champion Market Effort, your champion Steer, champion Market Animal of the show.
So are you done showing? Nope, I have showing too. It's 11:30. I've got to be a regular report at 12. Okay. Yeah, I should be, yeah. Maybe better. Okay, yep. Okay, yep, I will. Yep. I'll find you here in a bit. Okay, perfect.
Well, man, what a day it's been, and certainly I want to just take a quick moment to thank the Fair Board and those that have asked me to do this. Obviously traveled a long ways here, to come this morning, but man, whenever you get the opportunity to work with some good cattle and good young people, it's something that I've always been very, very passionate about. We grew up, showing at the county fair, and to some, this is a big deal, and it is to me as well. This is kind of how, a lot of us kind of get our start. start into the beef industry and into the ag industry in general, is for projects like this. And, I think as parents and supporters of these kids around ringside, you guys should be really, really excited about the future. I think you guys are definitely raising your kids in the right way. We've got a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old at home, and we can't think of a better way to raise our kids than this activity right here. For me, I think it teaches just an unprecedented level of work ethic. It teaches these kids about responsibility, long hours and late nights and early mornings in the barn. I think really teaches these kids a lot, and so I've been awfully impressed with them out here, and then on top of that, the cattle have just been very, very good. So, if you would, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids on doing such an outstanding job. I probably won't take much more of your time and talk about the cattle. I know it's a hot day out here, but for no more numbers than we had, I think you guys as a county should be very, very excited about these. I think what's neat is some of these winners get to go on and compete at some of the showdowns that we're doing here in Iowa, and I think that's awesome just to give these winners some recognition and kind of see how they stack up with other counties. So you guys should be really, really excited about that. So if you would, thanks again to our announcer, and thanks again to the Fair Board and all the organizers putting on such a great show. Our ring help's been outstanding today. Without good ring help, it certainly makes a show judge's job pretty tough. And these guys have gotten cattle in and out of the ring very, very efficiently. I appreciate all the work that they've done. Let's put our hands together for them. I won't talk anymore. I'll go get you a chance to answer.
Cody Simon with the Supreme Market Animal. Cody will represent Cherokee County in the Battle of the Blue Chips up in Spencer, coming up pretty quick. So, Cody, do your best up there. We'll be rooting for you. The Battle of the Blue Chips is about 8 or 9 counties in this area competing. You have to win your county fair to compete there. All species. It's a great little show. Reserve is the market heifer for the Peters family. Congratulations. Next, we need the following youngsters in the ring to announce a rate of gain. Will Josh Wetter, Maverick Steve, Cody Simons, Olivia Jokums, Rebecca Cowan, Avery Knipper, Maddie Steve, Anna Paulsrud, Natty Flagman, come to the center of the ring. We're ready to announce the top 10 rate of gain result. You people have the top 10 rate of gain. You don't know the results. Some people are still here. Here are the announcements of the individual rate of gain. In 10th place, Anna Paulsrud. 9th place, Natalie Flagman. 8th place, Josh Vetter. And 7th place, Josh Vetter. 6th place, Maverick Steve. 5th place, Cody Simon. 4th place, Olivia Jokum. 3rd place, Rebecca Cowan. Second place, Avery Knipper, and the average rate of gain champion, Cherokee County, Madison Steve. Just kind of a average gain of 4.9, Bob. 4.9, that'll work, won't it? I think we can turn the corner on that. Congratulations. All right. Here we roll. Senior showman, come in the ring. Senior showman, you know the drill. Followed by junior. At this time, I'm going to announce some sponsors. On the back of your program, there's a lot of them, because the support of Cherokee County is huge for the young people, and you can tell. There's all over the back page is all there's got to be 50 or 100 of them, and we ask the young people to give a shout out and a thank you to your sponsor, because every trophy ribbon exhibit here today had a sponsor. So on the back, lots and lots of people. Some of them, we've got a lot of people here that have shown for 2 generations, 3 generations. I'm not so sure we don't have families here that haven't shown for 4 generations, and I don't know about 5. But I'm old enough to remember about 3 or 4 generations of a lot of people. So thank you for coming out. Here's the showmanship where, if everybody's here, Brian, bring them in. All right, bring in the showmanship. Seniors, followed by juniors. And by senior, I mean not a senior. It's pretty much they were in high school last year, 9 through 12. And the juniors are younger than that. So senior showmanship here, the old pros, the high schools, exhibitors.
Boy, this is a lot of fun here, and I think as we work into these senior showmen, man, what an outstanding drive here at Kids. And, you know, for me, if I'm a young kid just wanting to kind of get started and learn just kind of the ins and outs of showmanship and kind of, you know, what it all entails, I think I would definitely be around ringside watching some of these older kids. That's kind of how I got my start. I kind of found some older kids that I looked up to and I idolized and try to mimic them and just kind of, you know, watch their every move and watch their technique and just watch how they do things and try to replicate that, you know, within my own showmanship abilities. And I think that there's, you know, a handful out here that do a great job, not taking away anything from a few others. You guys do a great job. I went in and talked to those kids really quick, just individually, about a couple of pointers and things that they can work on. For me, it comes down to two here on the top end. These two that are out front, man, I think they both do such an awesome job. You know, I think just a couple little things, sort of. The young lady out front, I talked to her, that heifer, it's just a little lazy-headed on her, just working on keeping that head up. A little bit more intensity, you know, but maybe could just kind of relax her elbow a little bit. I think for me, spacing is big. You know, some of these kids just want to get just a little bit too close. Just work on your spacing a little bit. And then the young man right behind her, man, he's just so relaxed and calm and collected, and you don't ever see him poking at their feet. He just gets that heifer to stop and set up so naturally. You can tell he's put in the work at home. Showmanship is certainly something that's won at home and in the barn, and you can certainly tell that with all these kids. So if you would, please, let's give him a nice round of applause. This young man right here should be your champion. That young lady should be your reserve. Congratulations.
All right, junior showman to the ring. Below high school age last year. Come to the ring, showmanship. Roll them down there, yes sir. Junior showmanship, bring them in, please.
Yeah, I just realized that too now.
This is junior showmanship. We have one more class of first year showmanship, learning process, and then the 4-H portion will be over and we'll switch gears to the open bucket model cap. Great experience for the young people.
You know, he kind of brings up a good point. Whenever you're a parent of these young kids, it kind of makes my job tough as your showmanship judge to just land on a couple. Unfortunately, I only get to pick two, and that, I think that's really hard because I know just the amount of hard work and the time that these kids have put into this. So, you know, it's tough to only give a couple of them recognition. I certainly want to recognize all these kids on their efforts on doing a really good job. Hopefully, just a couple of the things that I talked with you guys individually about will help you on down the road, whether it's choking up on the show halter, leaving you just a little bit more space to work. You know, I think getting those back legs staggered correctly, all those things take time. You know, as these kids continue to get repetition out in the ring, they're going to do good things. So if you would, let's give them all a really, really nice round of applause. There's two of them I like a great deal. This young lady right here, she's going to be your champion in this division. And then we're going to follow up right down here with this young lady with this short horn marked calf for reserve. Congratulations.
Hey, Jam. Jam. Don't forget your bag of toys over there.
Linda's got your toys over here.
Oh,
Don't forget it, Jim.
I've been out looking for them.
She said they keep you getting pussy. How you doing?
I love you, but I'm just wet. Get cozy back here.
I don't think you want to. I'm used to the sweat.
All right, our last 4-H class is first year exhibitor for showmanship, and there will be 3 entries, 2 entries. That's less than 3, that's 2 entries. 4-9. And Candace Smith. So this is their first year, and our judge is going to help them a little bit with some coaching. And this is their showmanship. Learning.
We need to stop and spend more time with these. You need to rub off on it.
You're on camera now. Bloopers.
I know. Everybody just loves it. You should have spent the last 5 nights with your coffee all I do the first year. Oh, the best thing that ever happened. You're on They need to meet the bottom half class. Here, I'll put those in the Good to see you guys. It's not over. You guys live so far away. The grandkids are excited. You could probably tell me to go pick it myself.
As we get to the finale, everyone knows any leadership involves a good team, and we've had a good team out here working today. A lot of unsung heroes in the ring. We want to thank the people that worked so hard. Kent Timmerman provided the OK Corral, Brian Tuttle, and the man driving force, Jerry Ebert, Cody and Brooke Stoller, always help, Austin Whitehead, and the guy leaning on the rail, who should, Nathaniel Morgan. Thank you, Stretch. A little applause for the team that worked real hard. Thank you to these guys.
We also would like to thank Bruce Jones for being our MC for today, as well as we'd like to thank the Fair Board for everything that they have done. Also, I'd like to thank moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas for helping get these youth here. We appreciate everything you guys do.
Well, thanks again for the opportunity. Two young kids here just getting started out within their first year, and hopefully, just getting some reps in and getting comfortable will really help these kids out. I went in and talked with them just a little bit about showmanship and just little things in terms of show halter placement, how to scratch your calf, and I think the young man out front's doing a really good job. He just needs to get his hand placement kind of figured out, get his hand switched around. It can be confusing, but I think if he keeps working with that guy, he can do good things. Then the young lady here down on the end just got a young little calf here with some extra length on her show halter. I told her I think what would help her out more than anything is just shortening up that length on her show halter, maybe getting a show halter that can fit up just a little nicer on her nose, and just keep working with her at home. Both you guys will do good things. I wish you the best of luck. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Nothing like taking a trophy home. One last applause for our judge. Colby Tabor came up from Knoxville. I'm sure we'll see him take care of you. So thank you for the job. Well done. Very kind. Very good job. Great with the kids. Appreciate your time and getting up here.
We got back in about 2 hours. We got back and we his buddies, let's go with
All right. According to the sheet, we should have a baker's dozen out here. And we have 15 and 13 signed up. Well, let's see who they are. All right. We had a couple late entries. Morning.
Good morning.
What's your name?
Braylon.
You're right. That's your name. Well done. What's this calf's name?
Lola.
Lola. Now, how did you name This calf is Lola.
I don't know.
Good enough answer. Lola, she's a showgirl. There's a song about that, isn't there? No, you're too young. What's your name?
Kiwi.
Where you live, Keely?
Minnesota.
Yeah. And how come you're wearing a Hawkeye shirt right in front of me? Who put you up to that? Grandma? Grandpa? All right. What's your calf's name, Keely?
Tucker.
Have you ever shown down here before? Don't you usually have a plaid shirt with cut-off shoulders?
Yeah.
Okay. The Pingo tradition ended today. Plaid shirt, a Hawkeye shirt. New ladies, not cut off. Thank you. Good to see you. What's your name?
Ryder.
Ryder. What's your calf's name?
Norman.
Norman, a boy or a girl? How did you get the name Norman? Is he from Oklahoma? Like Norman?
Off the movie.
Off the movie. What movie? City Slickers. Did Norman live at the end of the City Slickers? Yeah. You hope your Norman lives?
Yeah.
What color is Norman?
Red.
If you didn't have to look. That's a good thing. What's your name?
Lane.
Lane. Where are you from?
Cherokee.
What's your calf's name?
Ken.
Ken? Like in the bigger than 9 inch, less than 11? 10?
I named it because of the tag.
What if this tag would have said McGillicuddy? Would you have named him that? No. All right. One question. Are you married yet?
No.
Okay. That's a good answer. All right. All right. Hi. What's your name? Carly. Can't be cuter than that, can we, Carly? I like your shoes. Every showman should wear shoes like that. What's your name?
Reagan.
Reagan. What's the calf's name? Chip? That's a good name. Does Chip sleep in your bed?
Oh.
Don't get mad at me. Where's Chip sleep?
He sleeps in the barn.
Is he a good calf? He's nice and clean. He did a good job. And his ear tag says, Chip. Let's spin you around here, Nautica. Boom. All right, what's your name? Case, like case of beer?
Kate.
Kate. It's not case of beer and it's not Kate.
Kate.
All right, hey Rufus, good to know you. All right, what's your calf's name? Acne. Axel, right? I said acne. My hearing is bad. You like this guy?
Yeah.
Does he sleep in your bedroom?
No.
Oh, okay, good answer. What's your name?
Allie.
Allie. Is your last name Cat? Allie Cat? Okay, no. What's your calf's name?
Daisy.
Daisy. Is Daisy a boy or a girl?
Girl.
What's Daisy's ear tag say? Daisy. That's good. Who did your hair this morning? Your dad didn't do the pigtails? No, we don't trust Dad with pigtails, do we? Hi. Hi. What's your name?
Josie.
What's your calf's name?
Buckaroo.
Buckaroo. He's kind of trying to give me a kiss here. Morning, Buckaroo. Where do you keep Buckaroo? In the bathtub?
No.
I don't know. Where do you keep him? In the barn?
Yeah.
Nice calf? You're doing a good job. You're killing it with those boots. You're killing it. Hi there, Slash. What's your name?
Mesa.
Mesa. Wonderful name. What's this calf's name?
Patch.
Attitude?
Patch.
Patch. He's got an ear crumpled. Looks like he's going to be turning right a lot. But that's good. Is Patch a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. Is he a good boy? Scratching like a dog, she says. Settle down.
What?
Keep him.
In the barn.
You don't keep him in the strawberry patch? Have a straw?
No.
So Patch doesn't stay in the patch? This just went over your head. It was good. How are you? Could you turn that cap around? I mean, he's got a nice rear quarter, but well done. All right. Well done. What's your name?
Cole.
Cole. That's right. Your name is Cole. Well done. Nice hat. Is that your mom's hat? No. What's your calf's name? Bear? You like Bear? Does he ever give you a bear hug?
No.
Does he ever call you Grizzly or anything like that?
No.
He's just Bear, isn't he? Thank you. Good job. Morning. What's your name?
Nathan.
Nathan? Lincoln. Are you from Nebraska? Oh, and people from, are you from Iowa? Where are you from?
Cherokee.
Turkey. Good for you, Lincoln. I like that. I like your attitude and I like your name. Should we like your calf? What's your calf's name? Peter. Peter the pumpkin eater. What color is he? And what color are pumpkin? Can't get you on that one. Well done. What's your name?
Tyler.
Tyler. Pretty nice hat, too. That your mom's?
No.
Your grandpa's?
No.
Did you just buy it at the Come and Go?
No.
Okay, that's enough nosing. Where'd you get the hat?
I'm not sure.
Came from home, didn't it? What's your calf's name?
Chase.
Chase. His name and number isn't 4? No. Do you like Chase? Can you show him again someday? It's, oh, in the back of his tag it's got Chase. That's kind of like cheating on a test. Right, the answer down on your hand, and you get it right. But the back of the tag it says Chase. Is that what you're up to? Is that the way you're going to do things? No, I didn't think so. What's your name?
Tom.
Thomas? I like that. Thomas. Not Thomas. Thomas. Where you live?
Cherokee.
Cherokee. What's your calf's name?
Tom.
Lost control of this one. Thomas, you're awesome. Good job. Keep it up. Thank you. Which Thomas am I talking to, he asked me. A comedian. You finish the show. Thomas, you'll get it someday. Hey buddy, how are you? What's your name?
Gunner.
Gunner. What a cool name. Are you named after a rifle or anything? Okay. What's your calf's name?
Remington.
Ed McMahon never set up Johnny Carson any better than that. My name's Gunner. My calf's name is Remington. That's awesome. Boy or girl calf? Oh. Anatomically correct. Where do you keep old Gunner? No. Good question. Where do you keep Remington? So you sleep in the pasture? Well, I asked, where do you keep Gunner? Gotcha. Learn from me. Thomas, they'll teach you some things. What's your name?
Garrett.
Time.
Garrett.
Your name is Rufus, right? No. Garrett, where do you live?
Marcus.
Awesome. What's your little calf's name?
Chip.
Chip. Named after a cookie like Chips Ahoy, chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookie.
He kind of looks like a chocolate chip cookie, doesn't he? He's great. Good job. Thank you. There they are, our finest. Congratulations. Well done. You're all winners. Thank you.
So let's give a big round of applause again for Bruce Jones. Because he didn't know he was going to be announced New York judging, so yay, Bruce. On behalf of the
Fair Board, thank you very much for coming. I'm just going to give you guys a heads up. They're setting up for the demo. So those that maybe after the dairy show want to exit fairly quickly out the west, you sure have time. However, they're going to be closing it down fairly quickly so that you don't need to exit through the south. So just an FYI for you. Thanks very much for coming, and next year we'll have it in the brochure.
Once this all clears out, we'll have the dairy show coming in shortly.
Are you coming to the demo tonight?
Very good.
What's up, Vince? What's been a couple days before you went there? You said, come on, see you up there. Good deal. Here you go.